Same line that you bowled to Shubman Gill is the same line to Kohli. Remember, Roach had Kohli dropped at 10:22 a.m. on the second day of that previous test. That's fourth, fifth stump. Again, that is where you want to go to Virat Kohli. Very same thing. I'd like to see another fielder actually in the slip cordon. So I can either take out my deep square and put him in slip, or take out my extra cover and put him in slip.
Successful over from Kemar Roach, 153 for 2. Warrican to continue.
Oh, I worry, boy. Really good, Jomel. Really good, Jomel. Go ahead, buddy. Work, Joey. Oh, I worry, you're sorry.
Really like the way Roach is allowing most deliveries to come and plate under his eye today. We talked a little earlier about the one that he flicked away for 4.
Oh, catch it, Tish!
Just going on with the arm. Remember saying I didn't mind the fact that he went straight at the stumps. He just lost his length because 2 deliveries later he went up the stumps again. But that's the length he was searching for with the one that went for 4. So it's not a matter of
Go on, Jason, hold on.
going straight. It's a matter of length and holding your length
Go on, Joey.
when you attack the stumps. And Rohit has been very good at allowing the ball to come to him.
Still perhaps maybe looking to score through the offside of Warrican with any perceived turn, but there isn't any, not yet anyway. Hence the ball predominantly hitting the inner portion of the bat.
Leave him up now.
That was full, so he was able to drive.
Fraction. Next up. Go.
Oh, catch it, boy.
Well watched by Kohli, 154 for 2. Hour gone after lunch on day 1. It's time for Blue Waters drinks break.
Moves into the 80s now, the Indian captain. What he's shown, of course, are the ebbs and flows in a test match innings. Was very watchful at the start. Really looked like there was a clear plan, an organization in his mind as to how he wanted to construct this innings. Another senior partner in this Indian side at the crease, Virat Kohli. Had a workmanlike half-century in the first test. 76 from 182 deliveries. Only 5 fours in that innings, so it was quite watchful, attritional in the approach. Can we see something different from him? More fluency, given the easy pace nature of the surface.
I definitely think just his presence out there, it will mean a lot. Joining Rohit Sharma, who's already set. And when you look at his average, 48.88. Really a classy player that can adapt to all situations, Virat Kohli.
Just getting forward there, hitting that one uppishly. Virat Kohli. Of course, just faced his 6th delivery, so he's still assessing the pace of the wicket, the bowlers, the conditions.
The bat just turning a bit into his hand as well. I really seem to be enjoying this bowling spell after lunch. West Indian pacers also very boisterous in the slip quad and Jason Holder. He would have started that collapse, getting Jaiswal for 57 in that slip region. You can just hear him chirping, keeping that momentum, trying to keep his bowlers and players in the match.
That was a play and a miss. Top stuff from Kemar Roach. End of the over, 155 for 2.
Ball, Kemar.
United. United.
Yeah.
Testing over the last one from Kemar Roach. It was a delivery that was driven uppishly. Then Virat Kohli poked at the other, the last delivery of the last over.
Oh, bold Warry. Really good, War.
Really good work,
Jamal Warrican into his 8th over. Going at just about 2.5 runs per over.
Oh.
Stacey Ann King, what's his role at this stage of the innings and in this collective bowling side for the West Indies?
Oh.
I definitely think that he has to bowl a few overs, a few more than the pacers, so that they get that rest and are able to come back with explosive spells.
Oh.
Yeah, there hasn't been much turn for him on this pitch or from this surface, but he seems to be using the angle quite well. The length also is important, and he's been in really good areas thus far.
Oh, yeah!
Bowled him. A real beauty from Warrican. Just lured Rohit Sharma forward and just enough turn to beat the outside edge and clip that off stump. Wow.
Yeah, being rewarded for nagging, that nagging consistent length and line. What a delivery. Joel Warrican. Really impressive.
Loses balance.
Gets the Indian captain. Rohit Sharma goes for 80. 155 for 3.
The ball of the 3rd wicket, bowled by Jamal Warrican. Rohit Sharma for 80. Incoming batter for India, number 3, Ajinkya Rahane.
New batter Ajinkya Rahane. Did mention that he missed out in the last test when he scored 3 of 11. He's been in good form, had a half century in that World Test Championship final. And even better, IPL with the Chennai Super Kings, so I'm sure he has a lot of confidence batting-wise. But he's here because of this from Jamel Warrican. Love the pace of this delivery, just a little bit slower. Roach Sharma just reaching. And for a batter set on 80, that deception must be lauded.
Next up. Good there, man. That's the middle and off.
Yeah, beauty of a delivery. And what it means to him.
Go in, Joey. Oh, yeah.
Off the mark straight away. A successful over for Warrican and the West Indies. 156 for 3.
Correct.
13 overs after lunch.
Off top, Murray.
35 runs conceded by the West Indian bowlers and 3 wickets. So very, very good bowling phase for the West Indies. A lot of that built on that accuracy and discipline in lengths and lines.
The game plan certainly working for West Indies post-lunch.
What we've also seen is the fact that if you're able to apply that type of discipline, you can have rewards as a fielding team. A little bit of turn, a little bit of lateral movement on offer in this pitch.
And it would have started from Jason Holder just being nagging to Jaiswal and being rewarded eventually. And there he is, very chirpy.
Evidence of that energy from wicket taking. Very healthy for a fielding side in Test match cricket. Ajinkya Rahane is another one of the Indian batters who is quite short in stature. So when bowling to him, there is an adjustment to be made in your length as a fast bowler. Just a tad fuller to him. Likes playing off the back foot. Oftentimes he will drive at deliveries on the up because of that shorter stride that he has as a batter. Another play and a miss. There's always that sense of a delivery from Kemar Roach coming into you as a right-handed batter. And that's because of the angle of release and his stock delivery that comes into the right-hander.
Similar lines and lengths to what the wicket he got from Shubman Gill. Just that 4th, 5th stump line. As the batter thinking, drawing them forward.
Really like to see that pitch map of Jason Holder and what he's produced so far in this test. 9 overs, just 22 runs. Really an exemplar, you can see, in this West Indian bowling lineup in this test match. Much better from Virat Kohli, covered the line off the middle of the bat, 157 for 3.
United? United?
West Indian bowlers trending in the right direction with their lines and lengths, working as a collective. So important to highlight this effort post-lunch. Bowlers operating in partnership with each other, runs not leaking from one end.
Oh, yes, Jomel.
Stacey and King, as someone who bowled
Really
as
good,
well
Joey.
in your international career, the importance of
Really
pressure
good,
being
Joe.
applied from the opposite end and that contributing to your success as a fast bowler.
Oh, Joey.
Yeah, most definitely. They always say bowl in pairs, and once you're able to bowl in partnerships like that,
Working, Joey.
keep things tight on one end, whilst the other bowler attacks on the other side, which is the role that Kemar Roach is playing. Warrican is just maintaining that length, questionable length.
Catch it.
It can create
Joey.
opportunities.
Go in, Jomel. Work in, Jomel.
Didn't quite get rewards in Dominica Jamel Warrican.
Catch it, Tish.
Yeah, but he's been really impressive thus far in this test. He's done what his skipper needs of him.
Are we?
Yeah, really good delivery, but just opens the face and guides it. Good cricket all around. Kohli's still on naught from 11, so still having a look.
Now Selimadov installed. A little more attacking feel for Virat Kohli. So far looking a little bit tentative outside the off stump.
Go!
Just a single from the over, 158 for 3. Roach to continue. Again, just want to underscore the importance of adapting in Test match cricket, not only as a batter but as a bowler. Assessing conditions quickly and coming up with an approach that is going to allow you to be successful as a bowler. Jason Holder He's been very impressive because his lengths initially a little bit on the short side, and then after lunch he made the adjustment, getting many of his deliveries in that fuller length region.
I also think with Jason Holder, his height also plays a big part. Where he delivers from. And of course, getting into those areas you mentioned, that good length, that 4 to 6 meter length, it really does ask questions of batters. The uncertainty, if to come forward, and then that extra bounce, that surprise bounce.
For Virat Kohli, of course, Roach has been probing outside the line of the off stump, challenging him very early in his innings. That's when he's most vulnerable as a batter. Has to make the decision whether to play or to leave. And his survival depends on those decisions. Longer he stays, that mindset will change.
Yeah, it does look pretty comfortable leaving those deliveries and facing a pace. I'd like to see Warrican bowl a few more deliveries to him.
The other thing that the great batters in world cricket do well is manage risks. Understand when they're vulnerable and they need to play second fiddle, as he's doing now. And if he lingers for long in this innings, you'll see the difference in approach. That's also matched with their strengths and their weaknesses as players. You know that Virat Kohli is a strong front foot player, likes to drive the ball through the offside. In that extra cover region, he's curbed that instinct because he recognizes that it's quite early in his innings. He's laying a good foundation. The more he gets accustomed to the conditions, to the bowlers, you'll see him start to be a little more enterprising in his approach. There is that patience once more. 159 for 3. Aerial view of the capital city, the northern range in the background. Popular Queen's Park Savannah, also at the foot of the northern range in the background. One of the largest roundabouts you'll come across.
Oh, yes, Worry. World War. Go in, War. Oh, catch it, Jace.
Buttercup.
Go in, War. Go in, Worry. Work, Worry. Oh, yes, Worry, boy.
Just to give an idea as to what
good
transpired
work,
if you just joined this broadcast, the last
This is
6
good, this is
overs,
good, bud.
just a solitary run scored in each of the 6 overs. That's how difficult run scoring has been for the Indians. No runs so far in this over.
Enjoy.
Yeah, those 2 wickets that fell earlier have really stemmed things.
Oh, yes, worry boy.
And again, the good bowling from Warrican and Roach made it really difficult.
Make that a maiden over. 159 for 3. Run rate at lunch was 4.6. That has dropped to 3.7. Third bowler post-lunch from that Branlar Pavilion end. So Jason Holder, then Kemar Roach. Now time for Alzari Joseph. So Stacey Ann King, just as you mentioned, Jamel Warrican playing that holding role from the media center end, and Craig Brathwaite rotating his fast bowlers from the southern end, the Branlar Pavilion end. Optimistic appeal.
And those 2 wickets that fell from that end that Alzari Joseph is bowling from. So again, just using that bit of start and that bit of tactic. And Captain Brathwaite.
Two balls ago, there was an appeal for a delivery that went down the leg side. Ultra Edge confirming that no bat was involved. Joshua De Silva doing a fine job behind the stumps so far in this test match. Of course, I mentioned earlier that he hails from the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Young man, played most of his cricket at this venue, so he's quite familiar with the pitch, the conditions, and it's the first time he's having the opportunity to play at home in front of his home crowd. Really special moment for a test cricketer. Solid, confident drive from Virat Kohli. Just pulled in. I suspect the umpires will check and confirm that there was no contact with that advertising cushion. Evidence of it going into the fence, so 21 balls to get off the mark, Virat Kohli, and he gets there with a straight drive.
A very well-timed shot as well. Alzari Joseph could have done better.
Yeah, 21 balls, second longest time he's taken to get off the mark in test match cricket. Ahmedabad, he took 30 balls. That was against England in 2012. Scored 19 on that occasion. West Indies will be looking for a similar outcome. Just a single. 5 runs from the over, 164 for 3.
Go ahead, walk killer. Leave him up now. He ain't go over, ever. Oh yes, Warrior.
The West Indies on the cusp of winning their first session of this series.
Literally, that's what my mom said.
India losing 3 after lunch.
Oh yes, Warrior boy.
Run scoring has been hard. Examination by the West Indian bowlers. Pacer supported well by
I
Warrican.
don't blame her, to be honest. She's right up there.
Perhaps an apt celebration of the centennial test. Run making was hard for India for a large part of those 75 years.
Go, Ted.
There's no one back in the deep, so Kohli will push for 3 here. Rahane responds.
How's that?
With some fighting spirit, some good bowling, something that Sir Curtly Ambrose is all too familiar with. Let's put a smile on his face. Good afternoon, Sir Curtly.
Good afternoon, Ronak. Yes, the way the first session went this morning, it was all India. One thought that maybe after lunch they would press on, but the West Indies bowlers really putting in a good performance so far, picked up 3 wickets rather quickly, and that stemmed the flow of runs.
Oh, well bowled, Warrican boy.
So they will be happy
Good, Warrior.
at the position they're in at the moment, the West Indies. They've slowed the run rate considerably.
Oh. Ball, Warrior.
Put a smile on the faces of the supporters.
Not you, Shannon. The man was walking.
He's also directing the action. Man of many talents.
Oh, no.
167 for 3.
After 45 overs, India 167 for 3.
Alzari Joseph to continue. For Virat Kohli continues to be spread out slip cordon with Jason Holder and Jermaine Blackwood. That's where Alzari Joseph is targeting.
They must have had a plan at lunch. It was all India in that morning session, Sir Kirtley. But are you impressed with the response? Jason Holder led the way straight after lunch, and they have caused problems for even two well-set batters.
They are much more disciplined, the West Indian bowlers. India got off to a real flyer in the morning session, and the West Indies has really pulled back with their discipline and showing patience as well.
Glorious, simply glorious from Kohli. Vintage Virat helps himself to his second boundary.
Too full, a little too wide, and that was a brilliant stroke. Look at that. Got a good stride in, got to the pitch of the ball effortlessly. That was superb timing.
So celebration when he got his first boundary in the first test of 81 balls. It's now picked up too quickly. But still encourage Alzari Joseph. Number of teams target Virat Kohli early on in his innings in exactly that area. He's now an extra man in the slip cordon too.
Yes, watching him over the years, he likes to get onto that front foot and likes to drive. That's why sometimes early in his innings he get nicked off. So that's a good plan. Getting him to drive, but the length has to be right. Can't over pitch too much.
He's got all the queens. The Queen's Park Oval. Your card man, Sir Kirtley?
Yes, I do like a game of cards. Dominoes as well. I've been playing cards, playing dominoes from as far back as I can remember.
No!
The thing about card games is every region's got their own. Right, let's try and examine. What are they playing?
Probably look like a game called Rummy. Certainly not all fours, because all fours will entail 4 players. So it kind of look like Rummy.
No!
172 for 3. Jaiswal and Rohit giving us just a taste of what was to come. 139. The West Indies have fought back. Quick wickets. India looking to rebuild now. India losing 3 for 33 that period of play just after lunch.
Well, we know who they are supporting. No secrets there. I reckon by tomorrow, over the weekend, we may see a much bigger crowd.
Oh yes, Warrican. Go ahead, Joey.
Yes, test match starting on a Thursday, so can expect crowds to increase, especially as the West Indies look to bat at some point tomorrow or on Saturday.
I like some things. Oh, catch it! No.
Notice the tying of a shoelace is usually the responsibility of a close-in fielder. I can't ever remember a batter going up to you and saying, "Can you tie my shoelaces?"
Not that I can recollect. They were probably too scared to ask.
Hey! That's one, Z.
Go on, War.
Just one tap off with the stump, Joey.
Oh, Worry, well ball.
Beautiful, Jamal.
Oh, Joey.
Jamal.
Even though the run rate has been slowed down a bit, still pretty decent.
Oh, yes, Worry boy. Go, Worry.
Run rate in the morning session in excess of 4.
Oh.
4.65, so slowdown still keeps it at 3.7. 174 for 3. Session that would make the home crowd very happy so far. 3 for 53. How they'd love one more. Next 15 minutes or so before tea on day 1.
No!
Jason Holder has just run up to Craig Brathwaite, have a quick word with his captain. Holder, former captain himself, of course. Two men back. Agent Ryan Chandrapal's a deep square leg.
We haven't seen too many short balls up to this point. One or two shortish delivery were put away for sixes, but we haven't really seen any genuinely short pitch bowling.
Yeah, and both these batters, from what we've seen, they will take it on. It's not a bad surprise ball to bowl. Change in the field as we speak. Short mid-wicket now. Still two men deep on the leg side.
I know he's not the quickest of surfaces we've seen, but at the same time, as bowlers, fast bowlers, you don't want to get this notion that because the pitch is a little bit slow, you're not that keen to bowl short pitch delivery. Sometimes it works because batsman may expect the ball to come on a lot quicker. They may get into the shot a little bit early and could hold out. So it's worth a try.
And especially for Virat Kohli, it's been discussed at length, his affinity to get onto the front foot. Often fast bowlers surprise him. A short of length ball. Mitchell Starc bowled an absolute brute to him in the World Test Championship final. Different surface. He doesn't duck into too many, Kohli.
It was certainly worth a try, especially to Kohli. He's not in the best of form.
No.
A really important innings this for Ajinkya Rahane as well. Back into the team at the back of, say, an innings that has extended his Test career. Not part of the white ball sides. India's next Test cricket will be away from home in South Africa towards the end of the year. Start of a new domestic season before that. Missed out in Dominica. .176 for 3. Weather gods have been kind. Some inclement weather the days building up to this test. Perfect conditions though. When the families come for Test cricket, always augurs well as Shannon Gabriel returns. Started things off for the West Indies after lunch. Bowled 4 overs in addition to the 4 he bowled in the morning. Still to open his account in the wickets column.
A little bit expensive, Shannon Gabriel.
The point you're making, Sir Curtly, of the use of the short ball, I guess, in Shannon Gabriel, arguably the fastest of the West Indies bowlers, perhaps best suited to try that.
The funny thing about it, he seldom bowls short balls. Shannon Gabriel, yeah. Throughout his career, he seldom bowls short pitch ball deliveries.
That does surprise me. Look at Gabriel, big, strong fellow. Anything you notice in the way he sets up that perhaps discourages him from trying the short ball is a bit of cloud cover and the wind is picked up.
That is just his style. Sometimes you have to practically beg him to bowl a couple of short ones.
Intimidating figure he is. Quite happy as a batter. He's not going to bowl anything head high. Maybe he's too nice. Not like you lot.
Well, he's not the most aggressive bowler you'll ever find. Someone like a Shannon Gabriel, who's got good pace. He needs to keep the batsmen honest. A couple of short ones, keep them on the back foot, so they'll be wary of him, knowing that a short one could come at any moment. He doesn't do that often.
He's slightly short of length, but Kohli in control, just guides it past the slip cordon for a couple. Yeah, Pat Noon just informs us that 14% of Gabriel's deliveries in Test cricket have been the shorter side, which is significantly less for a fast bowler.
So I was right.
You had a lot of people come and tell you you're wrong. Ever.
I'll be wrong from time to time. Probably more wrong than right.
Some great interpretations that you could use from the data in comparison. You just said Shannon Gabriel, 14% of his deliveries in Test cricket are short balls. Mark Wood in comparison, 28%. It's double, and we've seen the kind of impact Wood has whenever England play him.
Whenever you got that kind of pace, you should always make batsmen uncomfortable as possible. So they'll be very wary of you, they'll be cautious.
No.
178 for 3.
Hey boys, showing up sleep.
In the capital city of Trinidad, Port of Spain, second and final test of this series. Zalzari Joseph continues from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
No.
Zalzari Joseph also more than capable of testing Rahane and Kohli with the short one. And just to carry on with that chat that having with Sir Curtly Ambrose, it's the knowledge of it as a batter that worries you too. It's not a barrage of short pitch bowling that we're expecting. But if you know that this bowler does not bowl it at all, I guess it puts you at ease.
No.
It certainly does put you at ease. And that's a point I was making. You know, when batsmen know that you will bowl short pitch at them regularly, they'll be more cautious. They won't take liberties pushing that front foot out too early because they know at any given time a short one will come.
There are 2 men back if Joseph does go down that route. There we go, on cue.
I don't mind that at all. That will put some questions in the minds of Rahane and Virat Kohli, who's the non-striker at the moment. That's pretty decent bowling.
What it's also done is it's got the crowd alive. Is any crowd in the world that doesn't mind some chin music? It's the cricketing faithful in the Caribbean.
I can tell you for certainty that spectators in the Caribbean love that kind of cricket. A good fast bowler versus a good batsman, a couple of short ones, having the batsman hopping and skipping and hooking and pulling and, you know, that kind of spectacle. As you heard, the noise from that one short ball, the crowd enjoyed that.
No.
sure it's the kind of thing that gives the fast bowler a bit of a kick as well. Knows that that's what the crowd likes. I'm sure when you bowled a short one, walked back to your run-up, you felt pretty good about yourself. The response was what it was from the crowd.
As long as it wasn't hit for 4 or 6, I'll be happy. Yeah, but the crowd does like that kind of entertainment. And to me, it's the best entertainment in cricket. A great fast bowler versus a great batsman.
Second attempt at a short ball in the over. Rahane in control, gets it for a single. 179 for 3.
That's my favorite song for this year. I can't miss it. That's my favorite song for this year. Yeah. Off down. Wait, off down.
Shannon Gabriel tends to be used in short, sharp bursts. It's being the second of this spell. Probably be tea after this. He's playing a test match at home for the first time, Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel is not really known for bowling long spells. Unlike great Courtney Walsh, who'll bowl for whole day. I still don't know how he did it. That delivery kept a little bit low. Inside edge, could have gone back onto the stumps. Rahane didn't know what it was for a brief moment.
Yeah, it was a physiological phenomenon. As your good friend Courtney Walsh left his imprint on India-West Indies test matches. As we celebrate 100th encounter between these two teams.
That's one of the reasons why Courtney Walsh and I are such great friends. We're so opposite. He loves to bowl, I don't.
Well, he's kept the TV umpire busy, Shannon Gabriel. That's Shannon Gabriel's third no ball. Continues that comfortable lead he enjoys of no balls bowled since he started playing. Saw that stat in the first session. It's good work. Chandrapal keeps it down to 1.
Brilliant work by Tej Chandrapal. Full stretch to his right. That was really good. Saved his team a couple of runs.
Yeah, much better in the field in the second session, the West Indies. Also found their voices. 3 wickets, just a shot in the arm that they needed. Bolden! beauty from Gabriel to give him his first wicket. He rattles Rahane stumps, and India have lost 4. It is a fast bowler's delight to see the stump cartwheeling that will also signal tea.
2 deliveries ago was a similar delivery and he escaped. Not this time. Celebration for Chanel Gabriel. He has worked hard so far in the short spells that he's bowling and rattled the stumps of Rahane. Fast bowlers love that. It's a wonderful sight.
Well, it sums up the spirit of the West Indies in this session. The first session in this series that they have truly dominated. 4 Indian wickets. In the middle session of the opening day of this centennial test at the Queen's Park Oval. It's a good one to Jadeja first up. Wicket of Ajinkya Rahane in this Shannon Gabriel's 10th over. Signalling tea at 148 k's per hour. It was the fastest legal ball bowled in this test match. Ishan Kishan will have more to do in this, his second test innings. Good sense now. Well, he's, just as I said, he's put a smile on his face. I was going to say he was enjoying himself in Dominica. It's all too easy situation of the game. This is test cricket though. Completion of a successful Shannon Gabriel over. 182 for 4.
Nearly run into the rifle, Jay.
Jason Holder, who kick-started resilient West Indies response after lunch. So now going to resume similar role after tea. Might have to wake Mohammad Siraj up if the West Indies have the kind of session now as they did in the middle session.
Yeah, you're making a very good point there. In that post-lunch session, it was Jason Holder who started that period of discipline more than anything else, and they were rewarded thereafter. Some 24 overs or so for just the 61 runs and picked up 4 wickets. And if that is a template that they should use in this session, it will serve them well. Another half century for that young man. So much to enjoy looking at him play. Not so much for Shubman Gill in this series, but we know of his quality.
He's probably saying, feel like batting 3 again? Now it was to the left-handed Jaiswal that Jason Holder resumed and started bowling in a really disciplined channel. But if the stars align, there could be a lot of test matches between these 3 in years to come.
Yeah, perhaps the future of Indian cricket in that frame. 3 extremely talented young players.
First runs for Jadeja. It's off the mark with 2.
And if those three are the future, these two at the crease have been there, done that for such a long time before this Indian team. Jadeja with both bat and ball. His contributions sometimes go under the radar. Virat Kohli, the numbers associated with this man. A lot of the people in the crowd today, Ronak, have come in especially to see Virat Kohli. They want to be part of history, yes, centennial test and all of that. But they want to see Virat Kohli live and in person. I've been in and amongst them during the luncheon break, and when I'm off comes, and they're a little bit torn on it. They want to see West Indies do well, but at the same time, they want to see Kohli score some runs. So it's a little bit of a conundrum for these guys in at the Oval.
He has fans the world over. On his 4th test tour of the Caribbean. Journey for Virat Kohli that started here. Made his test debut at Sabina Park. It was in June of 2011. Now in his 111th test, which also happens to be his 500th international appearance. .274 ODIs, 115 T20Is. There are others who've had 500 international appearances across formats, but significant achievement to have played 100 in each format. Four of holders first after tea. India 186 for 4. Shannon Gabriel, spring in his stride with the wicket of Rahane before tea.
A good sustain the pressure, good pace from Gabriel. Looking to target that off stump. Maybe a little bit further outside. Just continue to build some pressure. Mentioned before, since that luncheon interval, this has looked like a different unit. More competitive, more focused, more incisive in this bowling attack. And they'll rely now on the experience of Jadeja and Virat Kohli.
These two will run well together.
Virat Kohli, of course, at the Queen's Park Oval in 2019 in consecutive one-day internationals. He scored back-to-back centuries. He has 3 ODI centuries here at this venue.
Yeah, several milestones in the Caribbean for Kohli. In addition to making his test debut, his highest score overseas as well.
It always helps when you come to a venue that you've done well before in the past, especially for someone like him who's looking to break that duck with overseas ton.
As we celebrate Centennial Test, Virat Kohli's first ever double ton in Test cricket. at North Sound in Antigua in 2016. Game that Roston Chase debuted in. Kohli was captain. And after picking up the win at St. Lucia in the third test, became India's first captain to win 2 tests in the Caribbean. Repeated that feat as captain in 2019. One of 7 double hundreds in Kohli's test career.
And you can see a certain level of determination in his eyes. In the recent past, he's taken a lot of time to score his runs in Test match cricket. 111th Test match for him. 2800s, a best of 254. Averaged a touch under 50. But some remarkable numbers over a long period of time. I mentioned that it takes his time of late to get his test runs, really works hard, plays that attritional sort of role, wear the opposition down in a time of aggressive play. Took a long time to get off the mark today in this test match. I think it was 81 deliveries in the previous test before he got a boundary. So it shows that, I don't know, commitment and desire, determination and the patience that he had.
There's no doubt it's a challenging phase in Virat Kohli's career. Enjoyed a purple patch longer than any other cricketer. Now realistically, likely to see him in 2 of the 3 formats. He's going to get the overthrow, Kohli. To close out the over with 2, 189 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of a unnecessary throw here from Jadeja and Chandrapal. Yeah, with no one backing up, it was an easy extra run. And that's one more you'd need to make, Tej. It's been a nice little crowd that has come in today, the first day of this test match here at the Queen's Park Oval. There's one gentleman in particular, the Cyril Dupré stand, who's been urging the team on for the entirety of the day. And the youngsters are in, as well as the parents, both mums and dads, and they've been quite vocal. It's one of the crowds in the region who are very knowledgeable about the game, and if you're feeling close to them, Ronak, they're always in your ear with some pleasantries if they fancy you, and well, if they don't, you can just imagine.
Yeah, please. Yeah, can you say why?
Yeah, it's a cricket-loving public in the Caribbean. And for the fans in this part of the world with the Caribbean-issued MasterCard, just visit windiescricket.com. Get details of a 20% discount on any home game in 2023 for the West Indies. England due to travel here in December.
I'm really quite heartened with the numbers that have come out.
Yeah, and if the West Indies can finish day one on top, Sam, you can only imagine. Well, we've seen good crowds even when the team's not been performing well. Word will spread, weekend approaching. Could be some atmosphere when the West Indies bat. If they can close out the advantage that they've secured in the middle session.
Yeah, indeed. Looking forward to another good crowd Friday here in the capital, and as you mentioned, on Saturday, if this match is well poised, as we go further into the weekend, people will be coming out, I'm sure, to look at good cricket, captivating cricket.
Yeah, I hope to see many more now with the way the West Indies are performing. Come on, guys, pull out your MasterCards. Get in for day 2, day 3. Join these good people.
Of course, after this second and final test match, we enter into the white ball leg of the tour, 3 ODIs, and then 5 T20s, so lots of action to look forward to. But for now, 12 important points up for grabs in the WTC cycle. Can the West Indies draw the series? Can India close it off? So many things to play for.
And start of a new session, so crucial. Set the tone for the West Indies as Shannon Gabriel makes his way back to square leg. It's a maiden over from Jason Holder, 189 for 4.
The aerial shots just around the Queen's Park Oval. Looks nice and quiet on the roadway at the moment. Usually around this time it's quite busy. The Queen's Park Savannah in the foreground, the mountains behind. A pleasant day, a really pleasant day today. Not as humid as it normally is in the cauldron that is the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, I saw that lovely feature that very talented cameramen and producers put together at lunch on what connects India and the West Indies. So much in common. I didn't think that the traffic in Port of Spain is one of those things.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was meaning to ask. You did a little bit of a tour around the island with one of our colleagues, and you went to a place called Barakpur in South Trinidad. There's also a Barakpur in Kolkata, isn't there? So in addition to the traffic, the names of places, we share that commonality, of course, with the East Indian indentured laborers who came to the West Indies and settled in Trinidad and Tobago. So places in terms of the names, in terms of the food, the names of the peoples, Badri, for instance.
Yeah, you can't get more Indian than Ganga. Had quite a few. But yeah, temples, mosques, and street food, kachoris. So yeah, there's a lot in common. Significant migrated population who have generations dating back to India here in Trinidad. Kohli has a go. Thankfully doesn't take a feather on the way for him. I That is one thing you will see. Whenever short ball is presented, Kohli will take it on. So Curtly Ambrose pointing out Gabriel does not bowl a lot of short balls. There's one of them.
And as a batter, that's the delivery that you're waiting on to score. Virat Kohli just mentioning that there's a fielder a little bit squarer than usual in the fine leg region. But because the bowling has been so frugal, the batters might just be in a defensive frame of mind, and when a loose delivery comes around, you don't fully pounce on it. And you can see from the reaction of Virat Kohli there, another opportunity to score, but he hit it straight to the fielder. And you can sense that there's a certain level of anxiety at the moment, and West Indies would want to just maintain this. Something's got to give. As a batter, you want to maintain your level of patience, and so too as a bowling team. This is where the battle lies.
And the West Indies just carrying on from where they left off. Just 7 runs in 4 overs. Post-tee. Field changes for left-handed Ravindra Jadeja, and so does the angle from Shannon Gabriel, who's going to come around the wicket. 2 men back for the short ball, deep square leg, deep fine leg, 2 slips in a gully.
No.
190 for 4.
At the end of 55 overs, India 190 for 4. Virat Kohli not out in 20.
Tale of 2 halves. Opening stand of 139. Jaiswal and Roach Sharma. Then the West Indian response after lunch. Ishan Kishan to come. R. Ashwin after that. Inclusion of Mukesh Kumar among other things. Just increases the length of that tail. Weren't even having those sorts of conversations in Dominica. Vital session, you think this. West Indies felt so far behind in the opening day in the first test, always playing catch-up. Here with the real opportunity to not just keep the test in the balance, but perhaps take the advantage.
Yeah, pivotal. Very pivotal, the remainder of this session, and perhaps, as you've mentioned, what happened on day 1 in the first test might have influenced the decision at the toss from Craig Brathwaite to bowl first on a very placid surface, one that we expect will favor the spinners later on as the game progresses. And at the luncheon interval, everyone was questioning the veracity of that decision. But since then, it's sort of tilted back on a more even keel. Just having a look at the ball, the umpires, maybe the shape of it, or the quality using that ball gauge, something that resembles a pair of handcuffs, 2 circles.
It's one of the great mysteries of our sport, which loop the ball's supposed to go through and which one it isn't. Umpires don't give that away. It's like a trade secret for them. But Murray Erasmus has deemed that ball needs changing.
Yeah, it's not going through unhindered. And I think that's what the gauge measures, the shape of the ball, so that it has to go through those circles unhindered. And so they've decided that it needs to be changed. Fourth umpire Gregory Brathwaite, with his bag of replacement balls, makes his way out. This was the first wicket. Ashasvi Jaiswal, persistence from Holder finally paid dividends. Came a Roach probing, and Shubman Gill just a feather through to Joshua Da Silva. And then this was a beauty from Jumel Warrican. Pitches, turns, hits the off stump. Annihilation for Jumel Warrican. And then Shannon Gabriel on the cusp of tee, inside edge, stumps, goes flying. 4 wickets falling in that post-lunch session. I think Murray Erasmus is quite happy now. He's not going to arrest anyone. That's just the ball gauge. He's going to place it back in his pocket. Yeah, Craig Brathwaite is inspecting it further, but there's nothing you can do now, skipper. It's already been decided by the umpires, the men that matter.
It's a different game in the morning. And Rohit Sharma, who said at the toss he would have batted first, and saw evidence of why. Complete control, the Indian captain, on his way to yet another test half century. Pulled and hooked with authority. Hold up is because the replacement ball is not something that Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies are happy with. So another Brathwaite will have to make a run back. Bit of exercise for Gregory.
Have you seen this before? We're going to replace the replacement without it even being bowled. The nuances of this sport, and that is cricket. I think Murray has decided that we're not going to change it. Jaiswal, once again, notching up another half century. Sort of a half chance before lunch. But then when he decided to take the bowling on, he did it with such authority. And just continues to demonstrate his quality on the international stage. Not too often he gets past 50 and doesn't convert. Today, unfortunately for him, was one of those days.
As it turns out, there was no second change to that ball. Jason Holder sees the lighter side to it. It was at the fielding side's behest that the ball was presented to the umpires, so they clearly weren't happy with the one that got them 4 wickets. India will be hoping for this new ball to perhaps tilt the momentum back in their favor. Just reading the body language, still don't seem happy.
Yeah, Zari Joseph getting in on the act. I think it's something to do with a little bit of a rough area on the ball.
This is going to be Jason Holder's longest over.
Yeah, Murray is having a little bit of a chuckle as well. So we didn't have a change without a delivery being bowled. There was one bowl, and I think that Gregory Brathwaite will be summoned once again. And he's jogging gingerly.
Yeah, I think Ian Bishop nicked one of them as well. He was holding it at the tea time show. He's presented it to us now. If they want this one, we can offer this one as well. Do you have one of them handcuff loopy things? No? Let's see if it goes into that. Yeah. As we figure out which ball is worthy of this centennial test, let's go back to the start of play. Before the start of play, Brian Lara in attendance, President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow, presenting mementos to both captains, players, administrators, match officials, all coming together to commemorate this occasion.
Yeah, and for decades to come, this game will be remembered by certainly all of the players and all in attendance. It's a historic occasion. 100 test matches. West Indies have only played 100 test matches or more against England and Australia. And similar for India as well. So it's a long-standing rivalry, a long-standing tradition between these two teams. And the dignitaries have remained to look on at the action.
You a fan of MX Prime?
No, I'm not, to be honest.
Stacey Anking is.
Unsurprising.
Right, we've got a prime ball now. Hopefully. I know no one's thinking of the rejected cricket ball now, but does that go straight back into Gregory Brathwaite's case to present the next time the ball is out of shape in 50, 55 overs?
Might just make a mark on it, maybe an X or some sort of initial indicating that it's a rejected ball. Yeah, there you go. Just having a look himself, closer inspection. Perhaps saying that he might not have changed it, I don't know.
Maybe he's just given them the first ball again.
Perhaps, and no one will know. Such a unique sport, isn't it? So why doesn't either umpire have a replacement ball, or maybe a couple, or even a new ball when it's close to the 80th over? Yeah, so much to think about.
Yeah, Murray sees the funny side. He's been around a long time. 80th test for him.
I wonder what they consider is, I know it's not easy, but the easier of the jobs, being on field and making those decisions in real time, or being in that room and having to make those decisions for the DRS, which sometimes can be even trickier than making the decisions in real time.
Yeah, I actually asked one of the umpires from the Caribbean when we were in Zimbabwe, Sam, Leslie Reefer. So the easiest job is being fourth umpire. Why don't you ask Gregory Brathwaite that? Jason Holder's timeless over comes to an end. 191 for 4.
Roach. If ever there was a long half volley, that was it. Critical time for this man and his batting partner Jadeja, but critical time for the bowling group as well to be able to muster that energy. Secretly Ambrose alongside me, 12 overs to hold, 12 to Jamel Warrican. Gabriel 12 and a couple of 10s for Roach and Joseph. So how exacting is that workload over the course of a day, which still has a session to go? Well, not a session, an hour and a bit.
We've seen it from time to time, Bish, where skipper Craig Brathwaite use his fast bowlers in short bursts. 4 over spells, maybe 5, if that many.
Does not escape with the long half volley. This time, Kohli finds the gap.
Such a wonderful player when he's playing strokes like that. Over pitch delivery from Kemar Roach, and look at that, pose for the camera as well. All timing and the placement as well.
Yeah, 2 long half volleys in this over, the first ball and the third, so he's got to hit the good length. Good run. And that's why I asked, because you wonder now, not you wonder, sorry, let me rephrase that. Be careful.
Huh? Yeah?
It's a critical time for the bowling group to finish today. Jamel Warrican, I suspect, will have to come back into play and bowl a fairly lengthy spell.
I reckon so. If you're going to use your fast bowlers in short bursts, maybe like 4 overs, you need a spinner to at least hold up one end, so you can rotate your fast bowlers from the other end. So I reckon we'll soon see Jamel Warrican back in the attack, maybe to replace the Jason Holder.
More runs for Jadeja. That should get Warrican loose.
We all know how good Kemar Roach is around the wicket to left-handers. I'm just wondering if maybe sometimes he can switch to back over the wicket, change angle a little bit, because he tends to bowl every single delivery to the left-handers from around the wicket. Sometimes a change of angle may just do the trick.
That's why he's around there so much. He's good at it. 198 for 4.
He didn't say the boy kill a fucking bomb.
Good delivery to end the last over. You can discern the seam position as the ball is released with its angle away to the left of the keeper. Holder.
That's a good length to bowl to Virat Kohli. He loves to get on that front foot, and that length is good. Force into play, and then gradually go a little bit wider.
I've been thinking about it a lot over a couple of things over the last week or so, and a lot of it involves fast bowling. Kemar Roach is 35, Shannon Gabriel 35 as well. West Indies don't play another test until January next year. I think as selectors or coaches, you've got to perhaps go to those two guys sometime after this game is finished and let them know what your plans are for them. They've got experience. Australia is a place where you've got to have your best bowlers, your faster bowlers. 200 comes up. So that's one aspect. What are their plans going forward for West Indies cricket? And I think, Sir Kirtley, and for viewers around the Caribbean, we also need to continue unearthing young fast bowlers, not medium pacers, fast bowlers. And I would want to suggest, let's say, to Trinidad and Tobago, because we're here and this is my home. You've got a couple of guys, a Ravi Rampal who just finished playing around the globe. And I reckon in Trinidad we could hire our best technical fast bowling coaches. Technical, I mean. Put them to work at the grassroots level, the school level. There's Jaden Seals. He's one that will come into consideration in January next year. Get someone like that, a Shannon Gabriel who's 35 and there are more years behind him than in front of him. Get those guys employed in some capacity, even if it's for 100 days a year, because you can't pay them for 365 days a year. Let them continue going out in the leagues and getting experience and exposure as coaches, and enhance their coaching credentials. Those guys know bowling, particularly in Rampal's case. We need our best technical people at the grassroots. 2014, I'll come back to it.
Just Asian myself. Yeah, that one. And yeah, no. Yeah.
Yeah, good spell of bowling between lunch and tea. So I just used Trinidad and look, if the powers that be, I mean, from government are serious, Warrican coming on for Roach, I think this is an important step, and you could do the same for batting. If you go to Barbados, then you've got one or two people. Jamaica have one or two people. Get them to go around the country identifying potential young fast bowlers, technically setting them up, and so as they hand them up the age group levels to other coaches, they are technically sound from early. It's not rocket science.
Well, our knees. As a knees. Go enjoy.
A former West Indies president and I had a discussion a few years ago.
Oh, Worry.
Sat me down and asked me what role I would love to play in West Indies cricket. And I said to that president that
Catch it, Worry.
I told him I do enjoy coaching, but the role I would like mostly is to go around the region, identify young fast bowling talent, pull them together, and myself and others can work with them to develop their skills. And the president said to me, great idea. That's wonderful. And guess what? I'm still waiting.
Oh, yes.
I know viewers in India and around the world probably don't know how interested they are, but I think it's important because if you're going to get the academy up and going in Antigua, then that's your central point. But you've got your little satellites around in other islands, developing the talent, and then once they get old enough, Curtly Ambrose at the academy in Antigua, you send them to him there.
Oh, yeah.
Well played, well run. Gripped a little bit in the pitch.
I can't stop that.
Certainly was a great comeback for the West Indies after lunch, where they prized out 4 wickets.
Oh, wow. Stay over.
204 for 4.
Drinks after this over.
All 4 wickets falling in the middle session. Kemar Roach has switched ends. Fourth stump, off stump again. Nice shot. Just too short. What a wonderful piece of timing from Virat.
That's one of the hallmarks of his batting. He's got superb timing. Look at that. Hardly any power whatsoever. A little bit too short that time from Kemar Roach. And apart from the timing, look at the placement. No fielder had any chance of cutting it off.
Because of that shutter change in the offside field with a deep point positioned left of your screen. So can he now just creep a little bit closer, Roach, in his length without over pitching? Does. But it squirts away for 4, but that's not a controlled shot. It's a similar shot to where Roach had him dropped in Dominica.
Very streaky that time from Virat Kohli. No fault of Kemar Roach. It was a good delivery. Good length. Drew Virat Kohli forward. That could have gone anywhere.
Just one more thing I'd like to suggest as we look at these fans here. There's a T20 World Cup in the Caribbean next year, middle of next year. So important that the host nation, or one of the host nations, in this case the West Indies, give a good account of themselves. The last 2 have been disappointing. So I think since we have 2 past World Cup winning teams, T20 World Cup, you were part of that. I'm hoping that Coach Sammy and the selectors can call upon, either in an official capacity or unofficial capacity, hopefully official, some of those World Cup winning players, no ball, 3rd or 4th for the day, and just incorporate a brains thrust, a think tank heading into that. I'm not saying that you have to get those guys here, even by Zoom. Pick their brain on what the best gold standard preparation will be. What strategies will be important looking forward to that World Cup? Incorporate your World Cup winners, at least 3 or 4 of them, so that you can form a framework of how you prepare for next year. It's only a year away. That's not long.
And that is something that should be done, not only T20s because the World Cup is coming up, but generally for all formats. Because the state our cricket is in at the moment, we need all the help we can get to get it better.
Easily done from Jadeja. He scored his first Test 100 against the West Indies, I think, back in 2018.
Overpitched from Roach. Went just past Captain Craig Brathwaite at a short extra cover.
Good session, a good hour of batting from Kohli and Jadeja. Time for a pause in play with the Blue Waters drinks break.
Oh, get the Imlak, well done, Padlock.
He has looked a lot more fluent in this inning so far, Virat Kohli, as to compare with the innings in Dominica.
Every so often, Warrican gets one to grip and hold.
Angled in, hit the turf and spun away. Very similar to how he got Roy Sharma out.
Catch down, oh, Padlock.
That was like threading a needle for a couple.
Well done, Craig. Well done. Working, Joey. Don't go outside.
Got away with it.
Can he do it? Will he do it?
Good partnership building here between Jadeja and Kohli. 38 it is at the moment.
Oh! He's not talking to me today.
Let's keep an eye at home as to where Jamel Warrican is releasing his delivery from, close to the return crease.
Oh, yes, work killer. Maybe if he gets the 50.
Come back to it, 220 for 4. He's talking about Jamel Warrican's release points, and this man batting here now, a fellow proponent of the left arm finger spin. I was wondering, through a request of a colleague of mine, what their release points are. So Jadeja, from around the wicket, is the blue. Of course, he's a little bit taller, so he releases from higher, but he also does a lot more work from closer to the stumps. So when he's trying to spin the ball away from a right-hander, he doesn't ask the ball to do as much as Jamel Warrican, who's the red, very often wide of the crease. And I do think that is an area that Warrican can work at, varying where he releases the ball from, because it's asking the ball to do a heck of a lot always from wide of the crease to hit the deck and then break off.
It's a good point, Bish. Something that he should look to work on. But when you look at where he starts, he's very close to the stumps, but then he jumps wide at the point of delivery. So it simply means that if he just keep going the way where he started, he can always bowl a bit closer, where he tends to jump to his left and end up very wide.
It would just present a different angle to the batter, when you, especially the one that you get to skid on. Good running.
And it's something that can be done.
The wicket of Rohit Sharma, which he still gets it to grip, and then the one that's spun past the outside edge of Virat Kohli. Pretty similar deliveries. So can you add to that? Can you add to your angle so you're adding something to your game?
All Warrican needs to do is just maybe put some cones up so we can just run through that channel. You do that often enough, you'll get accustomed to it. So it shouldn't be too difficult. Good to see the young ones in. Is it a batsman in the making or an all-rounder?
Smart young man, he got rid of the ball early. Keep the bat, get rid of the ball. Partnership of 40, 2-2-2 for 4.
India clawing its way to take control of this third and final session on the first day of the second test in this two-match test series. Virat Kohli central to that rearguard effort after losing 4 wickets in that post-lunch session. Again, evidence of the ebb and flow in test match cricket. When you have won a session, there's a chance of you not backing it up.
Oh, I worry.
As we saw with India. Now, both teams competing for supremacy in this last session. Afternoon, Samuel Badri.
Oh, I work.
Yeah, good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, West Indies did not win a single session in that first test. Started off the first session and this test on the back foot as well, 121 without loss. But they fought back well in that middle session, the second session where they picked up 4 wickets for just 60-odd runs. And this session has been a scrap as well. So it's been an invigorating and captivating day of test match cricket.
Oh, war killer.
Bowlers trying to dominate the batters hanging in there, scoring when opportunities present themselves. And it's been really good to watch the fight and the combat out in the middle.
Yes, Worry man. That's good, War.
Warrican hasn't turned too many balls today. Gabriel, Shannon Gabriel, supporter. Really nice to see the youngsters in their West Indian garb. Maroon t-shirts to the right of that. Yep, that's him. Got a young fan in, Shannon.
Oh, no.
Maiden over from Jamel Warrican, 2-2-2 for 4. Yeah, that's the youngster from front view. Nice to get them in at that age, get them interested. Inspiring the next generation.
Shannon Gabriel, of course, with 12 overs. Got that wicket of Ajinkya Rahane just before the tea interval. Workload for the fast bowlers being shared. Kima Roach with 13 overs. Sari Joseph 10 overs before this one. Holder 13 as well. Two slips a gully. There is a man in front of square deep, leg side. And what we've seen is, of course, in Test match cricket, as a player, you must have the propensity to play the situation, to understand what the requirements are, and adapt your game, whether you're a batter or you're a bowler. We saw the adjustment from Jason Holder in his lengths, from being in that good length band to getting a little bit fuller. Virat Kohli took 63 deliveries to get to 30. Last 14 runs coming in 27 balls. So again, a tale of two halves, so to speak, in the approach. And again, very consistent to what you'd expect in Test match batting. More emphasis at the start of your innings to build a foundation, to minimize risks, and then the enterprise that follows. As soon as you get more control and a better understanding of the conditions and the opposition bowlers. Finds the gap. Just open the blade at the right time, and he gets 4.
Yeah, confident stroke from Jadeja. Not too often have they been fed with juicy half volleys outside off stump. This is one of those rare occasions. And he got enough contact and very good placement to get to the boundary despite a teasing chase from Captain Craig Brathwaite. Just missed his length, Sari Joseph.
And Simon Badri, when we talk about the mental side of the game in terms of the strategy and the implementation, that must be backed with technical ability, knowing exactly what you're capable of doing as a batter, which strokes are productive strokes that you can implement. We've seen Virat Kohli score majority of his runs off the front foot, driving through the cover region. So when you hear the term playing to your strengths, he's doing exactly that. Mind you, there will be deficiencies and challenges propping up from time to time. The more you play this format of the game. He knows Virat Kohli is one of the best in the modern game. Surely a Kohli supporter. And I'll show you evidence of that deficiency and how challenging it is for batters in this format. Come back to that. 226 for 4.
the customary mid-wicket chat between the batters.
You gotta move. I'll lead it.
Overhead
15
view
now. I can lead it.
of Port of Spain.
Yeah, I can lead it. I can lead it.
Here's the Crawford Stadium to the right, top right of screen. And that's
Just
the
gotta put in a little movement, right?
western
Between overs, a little
part of
thumbs up.
Trinidad overlooking the Gulf of Paria.
Yeah, put in a little song. I can lead it, man. Catch it! Oh, that is well played. Oh my.
Greg Bradford just trying to tighten screws on Virat Kohli. Yeah, another landmark for King Kohli, as they affectionately call him.
Oh, oh boy, look at you. Only position. Oh, why?
I just continue to probe away Jamal Warrican. It's just a couple deliveries that he's turned in his spell throughout the course of the day, and it's just those that you want to plant a seed of doubt in the batter's mind. It generally goes on with the angle. There's a couple have straightened. Virat Kohli has been unfazed by those.
Well done, Tej.
Just wait
Well, man.
and wait and wait for those deliveries that are pitched up and in his scoring arc or his scoring areas. There have been few and far between. So it's been a test of patience.
Let's go, come on.
227 for 4. .45 runs, the partnership between these two, Jadeja and Virat Kohli. Picture in picture. And when you look at Virat Kohli, you can say he's technically sound as a top-order batter. Although he likes to score runs off the front foot, he's relatively good with short deliveries outside the off-stump. Oftentimes, he gets himself into a little bit of a tangle with a well-directed short delivery. Haven't seen too many of that type of delivery from the West Indians to Virat Kohli. Azari Joseph might be setting one up with that fielder deep backward square. Technical capability with his tactical strength and his strategy in his approach.
And continually refining his game to be at the top and remain at the top. And often say it's easier to get to the top. Staying at the top is more difficult.
Good work. Good pair of hands from Warrican. Saved at least a run. It's so important to support bowlers, especially on docile surfaces. It's been generally good in the outfield by the West Indians. Pulled away. Tejnarayan Chandapal with the dive, and he does so successfully. Evidence of that support.
Yeah, he timed that dive to perfection. Tejnarayan Chandapal rolled his wrist on that one, so it was always hitting down. Good commitment. And this is what Darren Ganga was just talking about, the support in the field. Every run saved is one less to make when you bat. And that one seemed to have hustled Virat Kohli. Another short one, deliberate from Alzari Joseph. Not in control of the second of the two. It's been a tough toil for Joseph into his 12th over. Nothing to show for it just yet. All of the other bowlers have taken one wicket, bar him.
Left outside the off stump. 230 for 4. First wicket fell when the score was 139, and the other significant partnership was that of Rahane and Kohli. Now Jadeja and Kohli.
Catch it!
Uppish, but significant for Virat Kohli. Brings up his 30th Test match half century in his career to match his 28 Test centuries, and back-to-back half centuries for him in this series. Very well played.
Yeah, and there's a smile. There'll also be a boundary check. Yeah, that might be 4. A little bit uppish from Virat Kohli, but yeah, confirmation there. But in the gap, more importantly, was dropped in that Dominica Test. Craig Brathwaite in that extra cover region, the man who grasped the chance off Warrican. Similar looking type stroke. Yeah, but another half century for King Kohli in this centennial Test.
Also 50 partnership coming up for these two, 52 to be exact.
Yeah, there you go. Just a little bit uppish. Craig Brathwaite deeper than he was. But there are two fielders catching just left off screen for that exact shot. And this will be at least another couple. Who will get a century in this centennial Test.
Yeah, but
Yeah, there are two fielders catching just right of Virat Kohli when he's facing an extra cover just there. As you can see, left of screen. And there's protection behind those two as well. So that's the sort of area that Warrican will be looking at, and a little bit slower as well to encourage Virat Kohli to drive. Maybe a little bit fuller than that previous delivery.
Oh, jeez.
He's deliberately bowling slower in this over than he did in the match so far.
No.
6 runs coming from that Warrican over. 2-3-6 for 4. Partnership of 54, another solid one from these two. Jadeja yet to be dismissed in the series. Just the one innings prior to this. And when they combine the average 60 in Test match cricket, a good batting combination for India. Very productive. And that is continuing into this Test match as well.
More runs will be 4. Very much in control. Jadeja on top of the bounce and guided it neatly.
I'd be very interested to find out how many runs have been scored in that third region throughout the course of the day. Very well controlled and quite deliberate.
Just having a discussion here. Captain Craig Brathwaite may be considering a change in the field, a strengthening of the field in that slip region. No changes.
I've just been reliably informed by our statistician Patrick that 44 runs have come in that third region. Some very deliberate, and some not as deliberate.
Shubman Gill, of course, being dismissed for 10, batting at number 3 in this Test match. Only made 6 runs in 11 balls in the first Test. Remember, India only batted once in that Test match. Still smiling. Supremely talented Indian batter. Our leg gully in play for Virat Kohli. Just staying with Shubman Gill, a reflection on his dismissals. The first, as was mentioned, in Dominica. This was here at the Queen's Park Oval, playing forward and being dismissed. And again, playing forward to the left-arm spin of Warrican. And I did mention that Rahul Dravid, the coach, was working on something with him defensively. And that's in relation to that hand position with the bat. Making sure that the head, both hands with the bat and that front foot is well aligned. And it sits with the point I was making that in Test match cricket, you've got to be aware of your own game. Here, left of screen, he was reaching forward, way in front of his head and front foot. And then in this Test match, that alignment, perfect. So the work put in, of course, proving to be very good for him technically, but just not negotiating the line from Kemar Roach. So working on playing the ball under his eye line as against reaching out. So evidence again that in Test match cricket, you always need to be aware of your technical game as a batter. It's a constant work in progress. Sometimes if you get it right, it doesn't necessarily translate into runs, but an improvement nonetheless in him technically from the first Test match. Six runs from the over, 242 for 4. Current run rate 3.56. If you recall, at the end of the first session, India, they were scoring at a rapid rate of 4.6.
Yeah, Warrican will continue. Those fielders catching close by has protection long off. DJ, I heard your point in that last over with regard to Shubman Gill. And he made that adjustment that you mentioned. It didn't pay dividends in terms of runs. How does he stay with the conviction that this is perhaps the better technique, even though it didn't reflect with runs? Or does he think that maybe this isn't the right way to go? Whose responsibility is it? Does the coach have a chat with him? What's the best approach?
Well, in the modern game, there's so much attention on players. I'm sure Rahul Dravid, the coach, would have picked up that approach by Gale when he was dismissed in Dominica, playing away from his body, and identified that as a technical point to work on. I did see them working on it between Test matches, so Rahul Dravid, as coach, will tick that box. And that approach of playing under his eye line as an improvement in his technique. Despite him not scoring runs, so that's an investment for future innings, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, sorry. How many down?
End of the over, 242 for 4.
Field with a deep third, a deep backward square, a deep forward square, and a wideish long leg. A few more short balls. Yep, very good, very good. The line of it was much straighter than in the previous over. Hello, Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, he's been attempting this delivery, Alzari Joseph, in his previous over, trying to get that result. Just didn't carry to hand, but good aggression shown by Joseph. Did mention he's the only pacer that hasn't picked up a wicket, so using all his skills.
Like slip in place as well. Follow it up now. What is the length? Still not played convincingly.
He came off almost the shoulder of the bat, quite high.
I think here as well, Joseph looking to bowl fairly aggressively from around the wicket at Virat Kohli with a long leg and a deep square. Can't give width outside the off stump.
Yeah, I like this. I like this aggression, and clearly he's bowling to a plan. What I'd like to see is possibly just changing things up. Maybe a surprise ball, maybe just switch it up that off cutter. Take some pace off those deliveries, so a slower bumper. Because now you have the batter thinking every ball that you bowl, so really good from Alzari Joseph at this point.
Short leg slip, and the deep third is about 8-10 yards off the ropes for the uppercut. Yeah, another cross seamer. Clearly not comfortable. It's just looking like it's a little bit of guesswork from Jadeja as to what length is coming. And I love the fact that Joseph is using the cross seamer more and more, along with the scrambled seam and wobble seam. Valiant effort, but that's well played, well controlled by Jadeja. Kevin Sinclair is down. I hope he's not seriously hurt. Here's 248 for 4.
After 70 overs, India.
And this time around pulled down from the meat of the bat, so in control. Diving effort gone in vain. While he gets some attention, we're off the Blue Waters drinks break.
Just wondering, Stacey Ann, whether it'll be another Joseph over from the other end or Shannon Gabriel short burst again before the end of the day's play.
I think it might be Alzari Joseph because of what we've seen him produce in the two previous overs.
Oh, it is.
The aggression he's shown, even though he was hit for a boundary off that last delivery, he really did have those two batters uncomfortable. Might give him another one.
Oh, go, that's only you.
It's well bowled and well played. And only Jermaine Blackwood could have stopped two there. It's quick as lightning.
Yeah.
The other thing to take into consideration is if Shannon Gabriel comes back, he got his wicket on our end, the media center end. So do you take Warrican off? Because you need the bowler from the Brand Nara Pavilion end.
Go and Joey. Oi, Joey.
Be surprised to see Joseph maybe bowl one more, but wouldn't be too far away from just saying Gabriel one from that end, a couple, 2 for 9 for 4. Randy Brooks, whose dad, Gordon Brooks, has been a long-standing, or was a long-standing photographer of all things West Indies cricket for many years. Randy following in his father's footsteps and taking it to another level, as kids are bound to do. Number of wonderful photographs that Randy and his dad have for posterity of West Indies cricket is remarkable. Joseph continues. I hear what you're saying about ends for a couple of reasons too, because for myself, when I played at the Queen's Park Oval, generally I enjoyed bowling more from the media center end. Felt more comfortable because I always found that the Queen's Park Oval, you got a little bit of swing, a little bit of action in the first hour, and then maybe a little something in the last hour of the day's play, and lucky if you get something in the middle of the day on occasions, depending on cloud cover. That's hit in front of square and brings up the 250 with some excellent running.
And again, just searching Alzari Joseph. It was played to perfection by Kohli, just rolled his wrist over the height, riding the bounce of that delivery, and took off for 2 immediately.
remember, and I was regaling or relaying the experience that I had here in 1983 when I came as a school kid to watch the India-West Indies test match, and the late great Malcolm Marshall, he would bowl from the opposite end as well, this media center end, but he was one of the early purveyors in my experience of the round the wicket short fast theory. Remember him resorting to it against Mohinder Amarnath. Mohinder got 117 in the second innings of what I think was a drawn test match here at the Oval in '83. Kohli gets that fine. And 4. Joseph wanted him to hit it a lot squarer or to the leg gully.
Again, the placement from Kohli. There is a short fine leg in play. Just got it fine enough to beat those two fielders.
And I can't tell you, Stacey, and how enthralling it was for a huge crowd during that test match to see Mohinder Amarnath going toe-to-toe with the great Malcolm Marshall, who was at the peak of his powers then, and hooking and pulling and driving with abandon against a ferocious West Indies attack. And the West Indian crowd took to him because they enjoyed seeing their fast bowlers being taken on. This is where Kohli is so very good, with his energetic and vibrant running, not just relying on boundary hitting, which has been a little bit harder on this tour. Just 4 fours for him. In fact, 7 fours to him, 4 to Jadeja.
And you could hear the call of 2 runs immediately. A good response from his partner as well.
Is it a couple more? Absolutely superb. That's the sort of desperation you love to see incorporated into batting and batsmanship. 259 for 4. Even for a little grass burn.
This was the feeling. This was the 2 runs taken from the last ball of the previous over. A diving effort from Virat Kohli. He knew that he wanted 2. He committed to 2. And those are the 1%ers that normally gets you across the line and separates both teams.
This is a test match. This is a test match. You sometimes see guys do it in desperation in a one-day or white ball scenario. But here is a guy who's been around for 500 international games and in a test match knows the value of every run. Putting his body on the line and diving to make sure he's in. That tells you how badly he wants whatever he gets out of this innings. I wish I could get every young batter in the Caribbean. And I say batter, male and female. Be very careful, Stacey Ann. Running like that and not just sitting back waiting for boundaries. You know how much you could top up your scores with this sort of intensity?
And what it also does is forces the opponents to change field, because they may try to bring that feeler in shorter or take a feeler from the leg side and try to plug that gap, which opens another gap for you to score. So really good from Virat Kohli. good awareness. Just the mentality he has when it comes to these situations. He's 67 from 120. You can see that he's determined.
I've seen a number of batters not be desperate enough to dive and commit themselves like that. Good example.
Double since 2012. Sorry? Stealing double since 2012.
Keep your eye on those footmarks on either end as well and see how they develop over the next couple of days, if they develop.
Go Jay, go Jay, go Jay. Oh, Jay.
Warrican would have been hoping Virat Kohli would have been fielding there at mid-wicket and dived on it. Too far down for Holder.
Rip it, War, rip it. Oh! Beautiful, I like that. Go ahead, Worry. Working, Worry. Beautiful, Jamal. Ah. No, don't run. Go ahead, War. Oh, catch it! Oh!
Very good. I love the construct of these first four deliveries. Outside the off stump, and then onto the off stump with the silly point in place. Extra bounce. Jadeja would be loving that for when he bowls.
Oh, well bowled, Joey.
It almost looked as the delivery that got Roach just overstretching.
Oh, yes, War Killer.
Yeah, good over. Just one off at 260 for 4.
Up or down?
Right arm around the wicket.
Down, down.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Take your time. You can go get it. Take your time. You can go get it. Take your time. Go get it. Go get it.
Alec Afanese, who picked up the wicket of Rohit Sharma in the first test match in Dominica. Should I say Afanaz? And I continue to say that for as long as he continues to play international cricket, that his bowling remains part and parcel of his utility.
Go ahead, boys. Come on, Alec. Oh, yes. Good start, Alec. Start, Alec. Oh, down, boy. Get wide, bowler. Oh.
Watch it, go.
No, man. No, lefty है भाई वो. ठीक है. मेरे वाले भी इसको करता. No, man. Work, Alex. Keep going. Alex. Hit Zari!
Yeah, they're picking them off with these singles that shouldn't have been won. I think they caught Joseph napping.
Run in his house, take everything.
Yeah, it does seem to bowl quite quick. Martinez.
Two 6-4 for 4. A session that has belonged to India so far after losing 4 wickets in the middle session. 121 in the first. Virat on 69.
Go, Warri.
Warrican over the wicket to Kohli.
Oh.
His ability to find singles and find gaps of Virat Kohli is amazing. Strike rotation, his running between the wickets, his general awareness of the game must be praised.
Working, War. Yeah, I know what to tell you. Yeah. Alec. Come, keep going. Just keep your length, buddy. Keep your length. Keep your length.
Keep your length, says Holder. Keep the length. Multiple runs. The end result of that too is that they've moved Jadeja Chanderpaul from perhaps an orthodox short leg to a short backward square next to Jermaine Blackwood, who's at leg slip. Still doesn't stop it. Multiple runs again. I don't think you can bowl that line without a backward square leg.
Yeah, and let Tej go back in front. Go, Dad. Go.
And I think now they're pushing Blackwood back into that backward square leg position.
Go in, War. Oh! No! Well done, Alec.
Yeah, it's a much better length, much better line as well.
Oh!
One of the fast bowlers have to have another burst before the end of play. 270 for 4.
Partnership that has brought India back in control. As we begin the additional half hour permitted to complete mandatory 90 overs, we won't get that far.
Working, Alec. Working
Spin
small,
from
man.
both ends for the first time late on day one. No Rakeem Cornwall, but Alec Athanas stepped up in Dominica. Weather's been good as the light fades as we approach 5 minutes past 5 in the evening. It's good evening to Darren Ganga.
Evening to you, Ranak, and to everyone. Hello. Once more as India claw their way back in. 89 runs now in this post-T session. Haven't lost a wicket. More importantly, if you're an India fan, both players understanding the need to consolidate, to put a high price on their wickets.
Oh, yes, Alec. Well bowled.
Take nothing away from the West Indies. Their bowlers, they've stuck to plans. They've controlled that run rate. Haven't really created many opportunities for wicket taking.
They've pickpocketed singles late in the evening. Have Kohli and Jadeja. There's another one. 273 for 4.
It's the awareness that is so impressive from Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja. Always aroused, always switched on and focused.
They've identified their fielders. Roach and Alzari Joseph had a lot of bowling to do.
I saw them up there. Up there. Yeah, I know.
Right, 4 overs to go until second new ball becomes available.
Don't tease, man. Stop now. Easy, Dad. Easy.
Light is still pretty good, so I don't think
Tease.
Craig Brathwaite's under any compulsion to bowl spin.
Right.
He is behind on the overhead, Darren, and we have seen World Test Championship cycle overheads can cost you points, in addition to the other penalties that may come with it. But crucially, barring that one long delay for a change of ball, not to call too many delays in play today.
Greg, my opinion.
Perhaps trying to get a few quick overs with spin.
Bad part behind? Behind or in front? Bad part. Normal, normal.
This is Jamel Warrican's 10th over on the trot in this spell. Bowled such a good ball to Rohit Sharma for his first wicket. Warrican beat the outside edge of Kohli too. Wonder what you make of this move of coming over the wicket.
Bowling.
Well, it's just changing the line of attack. West Indies would reflect on what transpired in the first innings with Rakeem Cornwall getting the wicket of Virat Kohli, bowling into his hips. And a similar plan.
Go, Dads, go, Dads.
I don't think the
One,
field is
easy, easy,
appropriately
easy.
set for that sort of line to Virat Kohli. Makes light work scoring through the onside.
And there is a man at deep mid-wicket for the right-hander, Kohli, along with a long off. Jadeja's case. Joseph comes in then. .275 for 4.
These two have great chemistry, batting alongside each other in Test match cricket. Usually they stitch together very important partnerships for India. They both average around 65 as a batting pair in this format. Once more productive.
Top.
Oh.
Two men in the deep on the leg side. Yashasvi Jaiswal the first to fall in what was a spirited session after lunch for the West Indies. Jason Holder. Plan was set.
Oh.
And the wickets followed right after.
When the score was on 153, Shubman Gill just nicked one through to Joshua Da Silva. And wicket taking became contagious.
Love that, buddy.
Warrican produce a peach of a delivery to get rid of India's captain, Roach Sharma. Well set on 80. One that spun and beat the outside edge.
Then Shannon Gabriel, the fastest legal ball of the match. Or I say the series. West Indian fast bowler making a mess of the stumps, fitting tribute, Centennial Test.
Rochi, that's beautiful. I saw it, huh? That's beautiful. Love that.
Joshua Da Silva says, Rochi, that's beautiful, and it was. He's had a long day. 278 for 4.
We get roll, man. We get roll.
Two of us away from a second new ball. Craig Brathwaite will have to make that decision to use it or not. A well set Virat Kohli on 78. Ravindra Jadeja 35 from 70. They both look in full control.
Partnership between these two, 4 short of 100. So we approach the final phase of play on day 1. An innings more reminiscent of Virat Kohli, this. Laboured effort in Dominica. Striking at just over 56.
Straighter, plenty, keep going. Yeah.
Craig.
Jamel Warrican with his 11th. It's a long
Craig.
spell for him.
You, yeah.
It will be the last if beg your pardon, if Craig Brathwaite takes the new ball.
Yeah. Oh, Warri boy.
The one thing
oh my,
you'll
Warri
not
boy, I saw
find
that.
with Virat Kohli is a lapse in concentration for exhaustion. Very fit cricketer, prides himself on his fitness levels. Works really hard on his strength and conditioning. You could tell from his physical outlook, which is an important part of playing this format of the game.
Yeah, just if you have a look at his Instagram post on
Plenty.
what is supposed to be off
Plenty,
days
plenty.
for the team. Fitness goals.
Get there, Skull. I'm with Skull.
West Indies, of course, will have to treat this phase of the day's play as an opportunity to pounce for another wicket or maybe two before close of play.
Down it. Oh,
Launches
wide
into
on
that,
him.
Kohli.
it's outside.
It's a beautiful way to bring up the 100 of the partnership as Kohli marches into the 80s.
He's too good a player to miss out on that type of delivery. Threads the needle, so to speak. Goes through the gap,
Craigie.
offside, helps himself to 4 more runs.
That's the 100-run partnership between Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja.
Second 100 partnership of the day and between these two.
Oh, Warri boy, well done.
Doesn't discourage Warrican from tossing it up again.
No,
He's
it's
searching for that lofted drive. Saw it on a couple of occasions, didn't go to hand. That's been the primary plan from bowlers to Kohli.
Well done, Skull.
4 off the over. 282 for 4. It's a 3-part act. Day's played
Make
today.
sure it's good.
Partnership of 139, Jaiswal and Rohit.
6 minutes there.
Most of it in the morning session. They went in 121 without loss. Wickets in the middle. 100 partnership again. Athanas continues to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end into his 4th.
Just a little nibble from Jadeja outside the line of the off stump. A hint of turn for Athanas. Luckily for Jadeja, no bat.
Oh, yes, Alec boy. Goal, Alec.
There's a lot to like of Alec Athanas's off spin. Could even perhaps categorize it as better than part-time off spin. In absence of Rakeem Cornwall, if he can consolidate his position as a middle order batter, handy off spin, role that Roston Chase has done quite well in the early parts of his career.
Now, Skull. Hit it, Skull.
It's a fielder in the deep. They walk their way to a single this occasion. Ramon Reefer's on the field as Kirk Mackenzie's gone off. Picked up a slight injury while fielding. Debutant.
Oh.
might be the last ball before we see a new ball. .284 for 4.
At the end of 80 overs, India 284 for 4. Victor Jadeja,
There's Kurt McKenzie
Virat Kohli not out 83.
making his way onto the field. Will Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies take the new ball? Second new ball.
Well, as Jamil Warrican readies to carry on from the media centre end. Seems like Craig Brathwaite is not going to take the second new ball for now. Oh, it's beautiful. Nearly for Warrican. Second time he's beaten Virat Kohli's outside edge.
Indeed, and too much turn on that occasion. Far away from the outside edge. Virat Kohli, to his credit, playing the line.
Oh, yes, Warri.
And unfazed with the previous delivery. Goes back to usual business of defending.
He's bowling with his mid-off back, but Shannon Gabriel's now 3/4 of the way up.
Come on, Kirk, man.
He's not saving a single, Filler at mid-off. Last couple of overs, Warrican was bowling, Gabriel was on the boundary.
Well ball, Warri.
And that ball that beat the outside edge, I think it was received with a smile from the non-striker, Ravindra Jadeja.
Oh, well ball, boy.
That's more that defensive stroke with his head in line with his hands and that front foot to allow for that optimal swing for him to be in control of playing the ball.
Well ball, Joey.
There again. 284 for 4.
We thought Craig Brathwaite might entertain a few overs with the second new ball, but he's decided to carry on with spin, and now in the form of himself.
Oh, is that?
And we're seeing a similar trend to what we saw in that first test match when the West Indies bowlers were on the field for a long time. The lesser reputable bowlers bowling more of the overs close to the close of play. I'm sure the fast bowlers are quite worn.
No.
But again, it's the first day of a test match. I would think that you'd invest in one of your frontline bowlers to at least prize a wicket at this stage of the day's play.
Ow! Oh.
Take nothing away from Craig
Close.
Brathwaite and his wicket-taking
Very
ability,
close,
but
you know.
makes it easier for the batting pair when you don't see a Kemar Roach or Shannon Gabriel or even a Jason Holder.
Oh, Craig, boy, you should only do sure.
Can't help but think, Darren, go back to the point of the over rate. It's one ball shy of the 82nd over. We have just 8 minutes of play available.
998, so I'll get to the box. Well done, Tej.
He's raced through that one. 284 for 4.
Yeah, that mindset must be one of attack, even in the third and final session of a day's play, especially with your frontline bowlers. If I'm a batter at this stage of a day's play in a test match, I'm happy to face the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Alec Atanaz, especially when I know there is a Kemar Roach or Shannon Gabriel. Just makes life easier for me.
A different time of day as well. Twilight of sorts. Sun's been out for most of the day, but just an over or two pace.
And take nothing away from the 4 fast bowlers who've operated. It might be something that Craig Brathwaite reflects on in terms of how he manages his bowlers. Within 90 overs, can't utilize them and exhaust them before the third and final session. Must have one bowler who could at least carry the attack at this stage of a day's play.
At least 2 here.
Only you, dads. Easy, dads.
Blackwood
Django.
does the duties, and Kohli gets another 2 to take him to 85.
Again today. Oh, Joe Mel boy. Oh.
You're obsessed with my milestones.
I know I am. I wanted to get it there, but I don't want to feel much longer. All right. Oh, what? Go, go. Oh, that's not one. That's
Virat Kohli 15 away from another test match century. How will he play the remaining few overs? I'm sure he's thinking about tomorrow, getting a rest, coming fresh, setting his stalls again for another long batting effort on day 2.
Now Gabriel has work, does well. Big man was brought in closer from the boundary. Keeps it down to 1. 287 for 4.
Yeah, Charlotte. We go, man. We go, man. Slice. Gibbs. Gibbs. Cover. 4 minutes.
West Indies still searching for their first wicket of this final session of play on day 1.
So for me, Azari Joseph or Jason Holder should be bowling a spell just at the end of this third and final session. Maybe utilize that second new ball as well.
Well, for Brathwaite, he's really tossing it up. He's making Kohli play a big shot or two even when he doesn't want to. Just 3 minutes before stumps. And Tejnarayan Chandrapal at short leg has paid the price for it.
Haven't seen many sweep shots from Virat Kohli in this innings. Just making contact with the hand. Tejnarayan Chandrapal receiving a blow. Hopefully he'll recover and be back on his feet to continue.
Worry is for an opening batter. Hitting straight on the wrist. West Indies will be hoping it's, I think, too serious.
Extra flight, pace off the ball from Craig Brathwaite, just trying to induce a false stroke. More hopeful than anything else at this stage with his bowling.
The agony of Tejan Chandrapal didn't prevent Kohli and Jadeja from missing out on the opportunity of a single. Of course, after that, both batters did check in.
I gotta take it. Either open or back. You want it? Take it back. Oh yeah, I forget, okay.
Kirk McKenzie has been drafted close into the bat.
Yeah, he's more in the fine line, offside, which is a safer position to being as against Silly Midon.
Oh, Craig boy!
There's a reason someone way back called it silly mid-on. As we celebrate some history between these two sides. Gee, I'd like to see the speed gun on some of those. 288 for 4. Well, players are walking off. That will be stumps on day one.
Umpire Richard Kettleborough. Done an outstanding job on day one. Made some really good calls. Alongside him, where's Rasmus from South Africa? More runs to Virat Kohli, opens his account on day two.
Jadeja was quite watchful during his vigil yesterday. Very low strike rate. It's not an altogether easy surface to score on. It's difficult to dislodge the batter, but the ball isn't coming on as nicely as they would want for them to play their shots, and a relatively sluggish outfield requires this sort of approach. Speaking to Andre Kohli before the start of play this morning, DG, and he mentioned that middle session yesterday, where they started off well, they were consistent and disciplined, and eventually it yielded some rewards. And he wanted his bowling group to start similarly well this morning. He was sort of lamenting the fact that they only regroup and recalibrate when things have perhaps gone awry.
Quick run. Chance. Didn't hit the target. Greg Brathwaite, the captain himself, with that early opportunity for a run out.
See how close this would have been. Would have been very close had he hit the target. And very good between the sticks, both Jadeja and Virat Kohli.
Two slips in the gully. Shannon Gabriel just making an adjustment to the field. Man at square leg going back onto the boundary line.
Indian supporters, no doubt, hoping that Virat Kohli will register another test ton, urging him on an memorable and historic occasion, the 100th test match between these two teams, and perhaps another century for King Kohli.
.290 for 4.
Round the way, get the...
Roach preparing to partner with Shannon Gabriel with his second new ball.
Thank you.
Starting the bowling this morning from the Briar Players Pavilion and big surprise for Roach.
Slightly expensive by his standards on day one. His 13 overs yielded 64 runs on the wicket of Shubman Gill.
No.
Samuel, you mentioned this being the 100th test match between these two nations. Of course, the West Indies already going past 100 test matches against Australia and England. So now India, as a test playing nation, joining that pack. Punch neatly through the offside. Doesn't go for 4. Again, evidence of the slowness and how lush the outfield is.
Good shot for 2 runs. Was convinced that it was going all the way on top of the bounce. More of a vertical bat shot than anything. Even the fielders thought that this was going all the way. Just dribble along and stop way in front of the boundary. A couple more to Jadeja.
Much better length. It's so important to see at the pulse of conditions in a test match. Oftentimes it changes from day to day, so as a bowler, as a batter, that's a critical part of your success. Should be at least 2.
And this is what head coach was mentioning earlier today about the discipline start. Just to be consistently hitting the right areas and putting pressure on the opposition batters. Not giving them anything freely. A couple scored through the offside, a couple scored down the leg side.
And more runs. So offside, onside, offside again. Inconsistency in length and lines from Kemar Roach. We saw that in the first session on day one as well, when the West Indies conceded 121 runs in 26 overs in that first session. Runs per over conceded 4.6. So that should be a learning for day two from a West Indian point of view. Brilliant. And a miss, end of the over, 296 for 4.
Yeah, this is the length that he has been searching for throughout that over. Once he gets it right, this is what can possibly happen just past the outside edge. I think that might be the only ball in that over with that length.
Two straight. Crisply timed by Virat Kohli. The straight drive rockets into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, almost too perfect. Look at that. Full face of the bat, good timing. Yeah, and you can see from that reaction, at least a couple, might have even been 4. Had it missed the stumps in the end, it's a dot ball.
And straight, just enough bat from Virat Kohli on that occasion. So Shannon Gabriel showing much more consistency with his lines and lengths than Kemar Roach. Seen it in previous test matches. Sometimes captains opt for using the older ball for a few overs with the fast bowlers to get themselves in groove and then take the second new ball so that they can exploit it to its fullest potential. Not on this occasion. Greg Brathwaite went straight for the new ball to start day 2.
Also the added challenge for the bowlers with the right-left combination and having to adjust that line more than anything for each of the 2 batters. And if you're not altogether switched on, you can err and provide opportunities for scoring.
Quick single, he'll have to hustle. Once again, Craig Brathwaite, the fielder, not hitting the target.
Maybe a little bit late to react, Craig Brathwaite. Mentioned before, Jadeja is rapid across the 22 yards. saw the opportunity, pounced on the opportunity, and I don't even think that a direct hit, yeah, it might have been very, very close. Not for the first time this morning, not making contact. Not entirely sure if that sort of run is called for.
There's that extra piece from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, very, very tight. And Jadeja might be thinking about those quick singles going forward. Don't want to get dismissed in any format in that manner, particularly in Test match cricket.
Just 2 runs from the over to 98 for 4. And there was an opportunity for the run out. Yep, from that angle, yes, it's a little bit skewed, but Jadeja short. And Brathwaite hit the stumps with the throw. Would have been the 5th wicket for the West Indies. So important for the West Indies to prize one of these 2 out. Partnership now moving to 116. India 2 away from 300, batting first.
Yeah, Roach in that first over, a little bit erratic in terms of his length, punished through the offside on a couple of occasions, and also down the leg side. But the final delivery in the over almost produced the wicket. And that is where I'm sure he'd want to aim the majority of those deliveries. That sort of fuller region, in that 6-meter area.
.300 comes up for India. A statement of sorts, batting first. Surely confidence for that Indian dressing room at the start of this second test.
Yeah, applause in the stands. Almost a little bit comical there, Jamal Warrican, when he collected the ball. Innocuous looking take and just fell to the floor. Yeah, but 300 up for India. Partnership as well continues to bloom.
Much better from Roach. Just a hint of away movement from round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja.
Yeah, just have a look at Jamal Warrican, all wrong-footed, and then look at him at the very end. Yeah, a little bit clumsy. It's nice that he has a chuckle about it himself.
Sunnies and cap all over the place.
Yeah, Roach has been exceptional against left-handed batters from around the wickets in the recent past. I mentioned that ability to angle the ball in and then take it away ever so slightly. And the left-handed batter always thinks that he has to play at those deliveries. Gotten quite a number of nicks behind to the wicketkeeper and in that slip region. Also has the delivery that goes straight on, looking for the LBW.
Single taken comfortably. Something that the West Indies will have to apply when they get their chance to bat. The awareness of runs on offer, the small pockets, and especially when you're starting afresh as a batter. So crucial to get that rhythm into your innings, the tempo to the partnership. And these two are very quick between the stumps. Nicely timed, will run into the fence. Virat Kohli picks up his first boundary on day 2. And he moves closer to that 3-figure landmark. 305 for 4.
Last ball of the previous over, just a little bit too straight, but the timing from Virat Kohli just clips it away. You've seen some balls run faster than others along the ground here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, on day 1 we saw Shannon Gabriel bowling 3 spells of 4 overs each. That's the trend on day 1. I'm sure that might continue on day 2. Short, sharp bursts from the strapping fast bowler who hails from Trinidad, plays for the Queen's Park Cricket Club. So if I'm an Indian batter, I'll be very much aware of this. Shannon Gabriel with the extra piece. One aspect of the planning when batting Shannon Gabriel.
Jason Holder, he was the man who brought about that element of control yesterday after lunch. Kurt McKenzie, debutant, just momentarily leaves the field. Change of angle for Shannon Gabriel. Wrong the wicket now.
Ball appears to be coming onto the bat nicely. Traditionally, when you focus on the Queen's Park Oval and previous test matches and first-class cricket, what you tend to find is that increase in pace from the surface on day 2, day 3. Because of the drying out of the surface, the type of clay that is on this surface allows for the ball to slide on a little bit more. Becomes better for batting on day 2 and day 3 because of that extra pace and the ball sliding on nicely.
Yeah, easy.
And we can see in this little phase of play, no issues at all for both batters timing the ball. A little bit of wear and tear from day 1, but generally speaking, a good surface for batting.
Yeah, from the moment he entered the crease yesterday, Virat Kohli showed that concentration on his face. Spoken at length about his travails away from the subcontinent with regard to scoring centuries on the cusp of what would be his 29th in Test match cricket and his 76th overall in international cricket. Tremendous record.
Just a single. Kohli will keep strike. 307 for 4. Historic test match between these two countries. India making a statement, batting first. Still a lot of batting to come. Ishan Kishan, Vichandran Ashwin.
Commemorative plaque presented at the start of this test match to mark this historic occasion. Surprise, surprise. New ball, few overs in, spin introduced. Jamal Warrican 1 for 55 from 25. And no doubt will be looking to target Virat Kohli's front pad. Don't anticipate that he'd get too much grip or turn with this relatively new ball. They're just 5 overs old.
Might just be to switch ends. We'll have to wait and see. Warrican, when he bowled, I picked up the wicket for Roach Sharma. He bowled from the media center end. Now operating from the Bralar Pavilion end.
Might not happen. Worry. Come on. Come on, Jomel.
Just 4 overs from that Bralar Pavilion end on day 1. Here he goes.
Boy, Joey. Work, Joey. Very focused now, Kirk. Very focused. Not telling me anything. Oh no.
Joshua Da Silva in Virat Kohli's ears, just reminding him of how close he is to that landmark. And throughout the course of the day, yesterday, was in conversation with him.
Don't think that psychology is going to work on a player of the ilk of Virat Kohli. 28 times, of course, going past 3 figures in Test match cricket. And you mentioned his other international centuries and the other formats. Three ODI hundreds at this venue, the Queen's Park Oval, to Virat Kohli. So impressive to see his intensity all the time when he bats, whether it's in a Test match or in a T20 match or in the IPL. That commitment to excellence is something to behold. No wonder he's been able to achieve such great consistency with his batting over the course of his career.
Oh, hurry boy, well bowled.
Never seems to be contented with the glut of runs that he scores. An insatiable appetite for run scoring. So brilliant from Virat Kohli.
Well bowled, Jomel.
Yeah, that's what the great players do. Continue to push the limits and test their powers. And throughout the course of his career, he's demonstrated that.
Again, the smarts of just manipulating the field, working the ball, and keeping the strike. 310 for 4. Four bowlers achieving success in terms of wickets. West Indies having to be patient to achieve those small successes. Gabriel to continue. Shannon Gabriel into his 4th over of this spell. I'm sure it might just be his last. There is that record that he has in Test match cricket. Yeah, he's so close to number 29 and pushing that average back to 50.
Just delaying that wait, that gratification, that moment for Virat Kohli. He's been there so often in his career, would not be fazed by anything. Though he would want to get over that mark and get that off his back.
There is another Virat Kohli 100, 29th. A Delhi batting prodigy who continues to rise like a phoenix and remains steadfast in his commitment to batting excellence. Real privilege to watch.
Yeah, King Kohli makes the Queen's Park Oval his own. A wonderful moment, historic test, and a memorable occasion. Centennial test match between West Indies and India, and Virat Kohli puts an exclamation on proceedings. That ball raced away. And there it is. That's the moment. A smile from Kohli, applause from Jadeja. And then the bow. Indeed. Excellence from Virat.
Yeah, contented celebration from the great man. What a record. Batting great in the modern game. Continues to climb a lot of success in Test match cricket. Third Test match century against the West Indies for Virat Kohli. 4th international 100 at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Of course, Sunil Gavaskar with 4 Test match centuries at the Queen's Park Oval. Virat Kohli a little bit different with his 4 international centuries at this venue, but a venue of choice for both these great players. Acknowledging the divine. A real example for young cricketers across the globe. Virat Kohli and his style of batting. We will see another landmark. This time, Ravindra Jadeja with his signature celebration brings up his 19th Test match half century, his second against the West Indies, and complements the excellence we've seen from Kohli.
Yeah, this partnership has been one of the pillars for India in Test match cricket. Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja. And look at that. Come to expect that celebration from Jadeja.
Initial control from India's batting pair. End of the over, 317 for 4.
Craig. Craig. Send off, huh? Give Jordan that.
Milestones accomplished in the first half hour by both overnight batters. As Jason Holder is introduced into the attack for the first time on day 2.
Number 98, Jason Holder.
What a moment for Virat Kohli. Wait of nearly 5 years from Perth to Port of Spain. That wait for an overseas test run is now over. It's been 100 tested with the stamp of a vintage Virat Kohli. So I say good morning to Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Good morning, Raghu.
Fielder in the deep.
Take it off, Jay.
They've run well all through the innings. At times it's been chancy, but this occasion it's comfortable.
Let me start again.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ronak. Yeah, but what a brilliant career for a great player, Virat Kohli.
Test on number 29. Kohli goes level with Bradman. 76 overall. No points for guessing the only man who's got more. Of course, marking his 500th international appearance for India. That's how he got there. It's another crown the king wears. It's another jewel in that crown. It's been an innings in complete control, Sir Curtly.
Hardly any issues at all. And didn't he enjoy it?
Add that to the highlight reel. Kohli's in the mood.
A ranked half volley from Jason Holder. And of course, the kind of form Virat Kohli is in, look at that. All timing. Flew the legs of Jason Holder, tried to stop it with his boot, but couldn't. 4 more easy runs for the great man.
Seen the wrists return this innings of fluency from Virat Kohli. Driving straight down the ground, significant ease. You know, when he's playing the cover drive, getting for almost every time he attempts it. He's found the flow. And by his own admission, perhaps it gone missing in the last few years. There's a lot more runs to be had. Expensive first over from Jason Holder on the second day, 7 off it. India 324 for 4. Best partnership of the innings now. For the 5th wicket, Jadeja and Kohli. Alzari Joseph replaces Shannon Gabriel. The only seamer who's yet to open his account with the wickets. That bit expensive, bowled a long spell. Alzari of 9 overs yesterday. Assessment of how the West Indies fast bowlers have bowled the first half hour, Sir Kirtley?
I believe that they could have been a little bit more disciplined. I think they served up too many scoring opportunities for both Jadeja and Virat Kohli. Few half volleys, some wideish deliveries. I figure with the new ball, they should have been a little more disciplined. At least let them leave alone a few more deliveries. If they want to come and feel the ball in the middle of the bat, come after some wide ones. Frustrate them a little bit. Too many loose deliveries.
No!
It's been an innings of great support from Ravindra Jadeja, who's made number 6 his own. As we just look at nature of the boundaries, tends to wait for the loose ball, and he's got a few today.
And look at the celebration.
There's always a single there. Exercises great patience. Jadeja waits for the loose ball. Takes his test batting very seriously. His contribution of 51 in a partnership of 144, given the situation he walked into yesterday, straight after tea. It's been vital.
And he comes in at number 6, which means he's a top order batsman. He's scored centuries before, so it's always important to try and keep him quiet as well.
Yeah, I noticed that you enjoyed the celebration, Sir Kirtley. I've seen it many times. He's very good with his swords. Could you do that?
No, I don't think so. I'm not very good with swords. But everyone has their own way of celebrating. That one is different.
Hallmark of this partnership, running between the wickets.
Very, very impressive running. Every opportunity to steal a single or turn a 1 into 2s. They've done that. So the West Indian fielders are always under pressure. And that is something that I do enjoy seeing, running between the wickets. Puts fielders under pressure. And sometimes you tend to want to come a little closer to cut the single and then open up for the stroke that can go through the infield.
Some confusion on where Alzari Joseph and Craig Brathwaite want their personnel. Jermaine Blackwood's run about 200 meters. He's returned to where he originally started, and Jamel Warrican has now gone to deep fine leg.
Whoa.
3-2-7 for 4. Splendid weather conditions as well. Bit worried looking at the forecast. The days building up to this test.
तू मेरे माहौल पे रन मांगे जा, मेरी तरफ तो मारे ही नहीं है।
I kind of like that length that Jason Holder is bowling. Well, that particular delivery. Yeah, good morning to you too. Jason Holder is a tall man, Ronak, and sometimes I think he tends to overpitch too much and doesn't utilize his height enough. He's a much better bowler when he does that.
Yeah, there's more evidence of it. Kohli's faced 190 balls. Pretty sure that wasn't his most comfortable. We did see a drive straight down the ground of a half volley last over.
I prefer to see a little bit more of that, especially from Jason Holder. He's a tall man. Utilize that tall frame. He's not express, but at least get the ball to bounce a bit more, hit the splice of the bat. Now he's changing angles to the left-hander, the left-handed Jadeja going around the wicket.
Just Shannon Gabriel at deep fine leg. Got two men in the deep for Jason Holder as Craig Brathwaite. Sweeper on the offside and Jamel Warrican, and Shannon Gabriel at deep fine leg. He does test Jadeja with the short ball. Still two slips.
Now he's changed again. He's going back over the wicket. Just wonder what his plan is.
It was this angle that troubled Yashasvi Jaiswal. Tested him, eventually was successful. Kohli's just rearranging his ornaments, and otherwise he might have taken that single last ball. And now he's come around the wicket again. So what's going on, Sir Kirtley?
Trying to figure out what his plan is. Not sure yet.
This is very unique. We've got round the wicket, over the wicket. And again, it's happened for 4 balls now. Wait to see if Jason Holder changes it up again.
Now that short mid-wicket is now going back to deep backward square. So maybe a short ball is in the works.
It's a double bluff. Try and figure this out later. 3-2-8 for 4. Morning session of day 2. Similar to morning session yesterday. They're looking comfortable, scoring at 4 and over. West Indies still looking for a wicket.
Thank you, guys.
Gone staff doing some work on that crease. Trying to get it a bit even. And of course, every bowler likes to feel comfortable as they deliver. Fancy some of those, Unak?
Yeah, that's a jalebi. Bright and orange. That'll be a sweet result. May not go for 4. Kohli looked all too easy now. Yeah, so my detailed assessment of everything in that box circuitly is that there's a lot of sugar in.
Well, we'll leave some for our good friend Ian Bishop. He loves sugar.
Thank you so much, Virat Kohli.
They're celebrating a Virat Kohli 100 like a festival.
Took him a few years to get 100 outside of India. But he's looking a lot better. Much more fluent. Look very comfortable. Really at ease at the crease. Looks to be in total control. Plays some magnificent strokes as well. Especially through the offside.
just gone a bit flat for the West Indies. Nowhere near as noisy as they were through the middle session yesterday.
That is something that I have always tried to tell players, that when you are doing well, it's very easy to keep a lot of noise and encourage the bowlers and all that stuff because things are going your way. But bowlers need the support when things are rough. But everyone now is very quiet. I know it's difficult to do, you know, when things are not going your way, to really give support, but you have to make an effort. When bowlers were really trying hard, hearing the support from teammates, that encourages you a bit more. But when everyone is flat, you'll be thinking to yourself, well, what next to do?
Brilliant. It is a slow outfield, so it doesn't get the result that it deserves, but it's 3 nonetheless for Kohli. Brings up the 150 of the partnership between Kohli and Jadeja.
That's the 150 run.
Another overpitched delivery, and look at the timing and the placement. Sluggish outfield. Didn't have enough to take it to the boundary, but it was a pleasant stroke. 151, one partnership of 266 deliveries. Well, we know who he's supporting, Ronak.
Virat Kohli, or Virat King Kohli, or His Majesty the King.
They call him Jumbo, the Nuts Man. When I say nuts, I don't mean he's crazy. He used to sell nuts.
I don't want you to explain that in any form. 334 for 4. Right, Jason Holder to Jadeja is a mystery that we're all trying to figure out. He's going to start around the wicket, alternated over and around for most of his last over. Again, we're going to see changes in the field. Blackwood was at a second slip. He's now moved to a cover. There's a man now at deep square leg.
Certainly taking a long time to get fielders in position.
Fielder is there for that. Yeah, it's taking an awful long to get the field that the bowler and the captain want.
That was my hand, not the ball.
Craig Brathwaite yesterday seemed like he was in a rush to finish his overs
Does it count if my hand
towards
is
the end of the day.
That'll be good, right?
Could only manage the 84 even with the additional half hour. We're now into the 12th over of second day. And we're approaching the hour mark.
Certainly has been a little bit slow. I reckon the guys are taking too long to get into position.
Might be a summons from the match referee at the end of this game. The West Indian captain, of course, in the rules of the World Test Championship cycle, you also get docked points for over 8, something that England cost them dearly the last cycle.
And that is something West Indies can't afford to lose. They need points, so they can't afford to lose.
Jeff Crow.
I have to admit, Ronak, that the West Indians are not looking, they're looking a bit lethargic, to be quite fair. Moving around very slowly. It's just not looking, I know it's tough going, but you got to look a little more enthusiastic than this. I reckon a couple of wickets will change the mood.
Yeah, they need a moment of magic, something to lift them. Joshua De Silva was in Virat Kohli's ear for a large part of that innings between 80 and 90. He's gone quiet. It's a hot morning, so conditions are challenging. Jason Holder's continuing to take circles around his mark. Now he's ready to launch.
Good short delivery from Jason Holder, but Jadeja isn't interested. I know he's extremely hot here at the Queen's Park Oval. And he can sap your energy rather quickly. But at the same time, you have to find a way.
Well, it is hot, so the players and the officials need some refreshment. It is time for a Blue Waters drinks break with India 3:36 for 4.
Come to the end of the first hour of play.
Oi, work killer boy.
He starts very straight in this over. He bowled one over from the Brian Lara Pavilion in this morning.
But they need some inspiration out there. They look very flat on this West Indies team. Hearing the usual chirpiness that you've heard within sessions in yesterday.
Has to bowl a straightish line to Jadeja. Well, off stump anyway. Yeah, that's about right, because he's got a wideish mid-on. About 8 yards off the boundary, in addition to a forward square leg. So he's obviously not afraid of the sweep shot. No one guarding a backward square deep.
Joey.
Bowling to his field.
Correct, Joey. Keep going, Joey. Well on, Kirk.
Very good over from Warrican. 3-3-7 for 4. Joseph has strengthened the offside field here, so it looks as though from this sort of field set that he's going to mostly hang it off stump or outside. Does go wide of off stump because he's got that sweeper on the offside, so they might play more a patience game here on Virat Kohli, at least, with the occasional one coming back at the stumps. It's a fair signal from the umpire. Very fair call.
Yeah, Joseph isn't happy with the umpire's decision. But clearly that's his plan, to try and bowl or lure the batter into playing a foul shot as those deliveries. You just need to bring it in a bit more.
That's where they're looking to force Virat Kohli to look to score if he wants to. Have to give him commendation for this. He's had a drought of centuries away. He's come to the Oval. He's found a pitch which is amenable to batting and scoring, and he's taken advantage of it, which is what any batsman wants to do. So don't subtract anything from it. He's come here to do a job, and he's continuing to do it.
Yeah, just to add to that, Vish, 500 international matches and scoring a century and still going. It takes a lot of dedication, determination and devotion from him as well, because to stay fit at this level, at 500 international matches, it isn't an easy task. He's still there, he's going.
Stacey, and you play against what is put in front of you. That is all you can do as a competitor. You've played the game. We've played the game. It's your job. What he'd want to reinvigorate Virat Kohli is that he goes on in this particular phase and comes up against the higher ranked teams. He'll want to continue this habit, which he's ingrained over a lengthy career. I'm sure that he knows the numbers and what he would need to try to do to get his average back above 50. May not confess to it. Yeah, they're asking him to come at it if he wants to score.
been very conservative in his defense. He's soaked up the pressure. He's punished bad bowling and tired bowling. He's milked those singles and he's run very hard for twos as well.
Four off the over. 3-4-1 for 4. Warrican. Again, a nice straight line, finishing on the stumps.
Go in, Joel.
These are co-commentators, or one of them.
Oh!
Very good.
Bola,
Oh,
hit,
tight. No doubt that will be referred to the TV umpire. Michael Goff.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a run out at the bowler's end. Can I see your side on angle, please?
Yes, man.
Okay, just roll through one more frame. Just want to see complete removal of the bails, please, and roll through one more frame. Yeah, okay, I'm ready for my decision. The batsman is short of his ground. I'm ready for my decision of the big screen, please.
Well, they've had a few decisions, a few close calls prior. This time around, getting the breakthrough, getting the wicket, a good throw from Alzari Joseph. Yeah, there was a bit of a fumble, a yes-no, and a direct hit finally for West Indies. Well, Virat Kohli, he has to go for a very well played 1-2-1. 3-4-1 for 5.